Hey Matthew, these go up to 1/4, almost 1/3. So this is a sideshow head, so you can see the large ones are just a little too big. The middle one looks pretty good, and the smaller ones go down to like 1/6 scale. He doesn't really do anything. Well, these realistic ones are a little bit more versions, so you get an idea of, like, you know, the scaling on them. Mostly 1/4. Some of those fan art statues on like Facebook, you can get away with doing it on those since they're kind of 1/3. Yeah, on larger items, it's easier to paint. Smaller ones, it's not, at least for me. So larger items, I can sit there with, you know, a paintbrush and work on those eyes, whereas these drive me nuts. It just sucks that you could do, like, on a smaller item, a perfect eye, and then when you realize it's a little too far left or right, you gotta do it all over again. What I've been doing lately is using their regular circle eyes version, and then once I get them in there, I hit it with a little paint in certain areas to fix it up, just to try to change up some of the look on these eyes a little bit. Still not perfect with doing them. Takes a lot of practice. Okay, those worked out pretty well. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. Hey, how's it going, Vigilante? Oh, you got a water cooled? You running a Ryzen or? Well, if you could hold out, everybody's moving to the ARM processors. I know I'm kind of waiting until Apple releases, whatchamacallit, the M1 to iMacs. Maybe I'll wait till a second version of the M1s on the iMac. I gotta get away from Intel. These things run so damn hot on these Macs. But the M1 MacBook Airs and MacBook Pros, and they're things that are beasts. You don't even need air cooling on the MacBook Airs. That's how good they are. The big bent? For buying kits, depends on what kind of kit you're looking for. If you're going for all these superhero kits, you got to get into the Facebook groups. And those Facebook groups are super secret and all that stuff. So I couldn't really help you with those. If you're looking for monster kits and stuff like that, you can look into the Wonderfest shows, the Jersey Fest shows. Yeah, it's kind of hard to guide you unless I know what you're looking for. Alright, got those eyes done. Usually what I do is I let them sit, I'll seal them up later, and then I can hit it with a little white or something. Put these aside somewhere. Anime figures, there's that one, what is it, the E2069 site or something, whatever it is, that's, or you could go on eBay, and there used to be a thing called, I think there's Hobby Link and Hobby Fan, but I don't know if they do kits anymore. But as far as the superhero stuff, all the ones that I do in my videos, those are all like on the super secret Facebook groups. So I would suggest getting into like statue groups on Facebook, ask around, and then maybe you could kind of get into some of these groups. But basically, they by the time lately they just announced that they're going to do a character, and they already sell out of the run before it's even sculpted. So that's what people tell me now. If I'm going to hit my switch, let me know if it's still, you can still hear me, and if everything goes through, because I'm setting up the dual camera. So now if I hit the switch, so, you know, this camera is now running. So let me know if you guys can hear me, if it's working. Just trying to see if this works out where I can actually start going back and forth. So then if I go back to the other one, so if this works out, I can actually go through stuff better on streams. Cool, good. So that's what I've been wanting to do for a while. So the next step is get a better camera for the airbrush setup. But at least now I can not have to run the wire and turn off the camera and do all that stuff like last time. Getting there, slowly but surely, you know. The only problem with the other camera is I have to use tape to keep the power cord in. It's so old. And the battery doesn't work as well. So that's kind of the next thing. So we're going to do some tedious stuff now, which is just masking. And then, I did start a Patreon this week. It's very just set up for support. I figured down the line as we progress with the live streams, I'm thinking maybe like Patreon people are the ones that decide what character we get to use next. You know, like I'll pick a couple characters I'm interested in. I'm thinking down the line. I don't know. It's gonna evolve. I don't have all the answers just yet. Because every other Patreon I looked at, other people set it up for what they do. So, we'll see what happens. And this is why I suggest pick up dentist tools. It'll make your life easier to get into places for sculpting and masking. This is the Savage Sea Dragon that is going to be Psylock. So basically I just have to paint up the hair, the eyes, the outfit, the belt, and then the base. The goal is to try to get her finished up by next stream, any Black Widow, and next stream I'll go over the Batgirl statue. Yeah, I can actually, forgot to put up the pictures. Let's see, nope. I got them somewhere. Nope, that's not it. There we go. Well, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Just trying to evolve the live streams a little bit more this year. That sucks. They won't always be glamorous though, with just tedious stuff like this, but it's part of the hobby. Like I say in my videos, I could sit here and mask this for an hour or two and paint it in 5 minutes. Or 2 minutes. It's not always easy to get this stuff in here. Sometimes if I can't do it, I'll just use a paintbrush or something. I might have to. I think I'm gonna have to. Can't get that. It's just two lines. This is Silly Putty. Just good old-fashioned, original pink Silly Putty. You know, the ones you get in those red eggs? So I use it to mask everything I do. And saran wrap. Sometimes tape, but not tape all the time though. I've used the liquid masking once or twice. It rips up the paint, so I don't use it. At least some of the paints I use, it rips it up. I like the Silly Putty because you can use it over and over and over and over again. It doesn't stick. Goes on nice and smooth. You just use a tool to kind of line it up. And that's it. You know, you can buy roll and roll after tape, where you can buy a 5-pound brick of Silly Putty and use it for like 5, 7, 10 years. Because honestly, you know, like trying to get a piece of tape in this curve coming around here with that curve in there, when I could just put Silly Putty and hit it with the dentist tool, is easier. And that's why I do the blue line work or trim work. It just helps me put the Silly Putty where I need to put it. Otherwise you might kind of miss where you're trying to put it. No watts, it doesn't, you know, you can see all the paint that's in here. It just breaks apart. It just breaks up. You just mush it around, and then all your paint's in little tiny little pieces, and you can keep using it. Yeah, masking tape is not fun. If if it's a larger item or flatter surface, you could get away with the tape. But I think for this arm, I'm just gonna paint those on as well. Well, we could try. Let's see. If you're getting into the hobby, or you are in a hobby looking to getting Silly Putty, trust me, it's I love this stuff. As long as your paint's dry, the Silly Putty won't pull it up. One of the things you do have to be careful with is, like, say you stretch it onto an item and you kind of stretch it too much in the middle and you're not paying attention, you could like put a hole there. So you just got to kind of double check your work. And if you handle the item like I'm handling it and you go down to here, before you go to paint, just make sure you didn't ruin anything. Yeah, I use acrylics only. Sometimes lacquers, but mostly just acrylics. For a few reasons. One, I like working with them easier, and two, they're not as bad fumes. You can't get those factory paints that they use on statues in America. Stuff in China is completely different with different rules, so. Yep. The way I paint is I do skin first, then I mask off the skin, and then I do the outfit. And then what I'll do is I'll mask off this area and do the belt, and then I'll mask off that area and do the hair. So it's just kind of like layering on top of each other. Some people like to do the outfits first and then the skin afterwards, but I feel that it's easier for me to do the skin because that's like the bottom layer. and then the outfit's kind of on top of that layer, then that layer's on top of that one. I mean, you paint it however you want to paint. I mean, it's up to you. I just paint that way. And pretty much most factories do it the same way. Like when I strip down some of these statues from Sideshow or Bowen, they'll have, like, you know, basically a layer of the skin, and then they mask off that area, and then they'll do the outfit. So when I strip it down, you start to see some of this paint come off here, and then you see this color under that color. Now it's possible I might not be completely 100% perfect with some of this masking because it's so small in some of these areas. So you just got to go in there with a paintbrush and sort of tweak it. Bigger items it's easier, smaller items it's harder, at least for me. Yeah, no problem, Alexander. It's kind of just what I've come up with. But like I said, if you go to the hobby shows and you talk to other painters and builders, they'll tell you that they do things different. So this is all one piece, so it's not like it's separated. You know, a lot of these sideshow items, they're casted up in like 10 different pieces. So you can paint the boots, you could paint the legs, you could paint this, and then glue it all together at the end. Whereas this one's just one solid piece, so you got to do the tedious way. But if you work with Silly Putty, I suggest you sit, you mask, you paint, and then you pull off the Silly Putty. You don't want to let it sit on it all night long or a couple days because it will sag on you. Especially if you're in warm weather. I mean, it's not going to sag on me now doing it right now, but if I leave it sit, like, you know, all night, and say the studio's hot, or I leave the window open, you know, it sort of just goes, sinks down on you. Yeah, always try to do painting in one session, even if it means masking it up, go have some lunch, come back, and then paint. There's no reason to mask it at night, let it sit, come back the next day, and it's all sagging on you. Try to plan it out. Because I've made that mistake when I first started doing this stuff. Oh, you do this on Twitch? Sometimes you have to, what I do is kind of breathe on the metal tool so it doesn't stick to the Silly Putty. And sometimes I try to heat up the Silly Putty with some, you know, breathing on it a bit just to kind of help. Raccoon, if you're using a paintbrush, you're going to have issues no matter what. But it's also probably because you're using craft acrylics. I never heard of those. Are those cheap paints? If you're using the cheap paints, you're going to have issues. I mean, if you, yeah, you can look into, you know, some people use like, God, what is it, those, extenders, where it might help you extend it and it doesn't dry so fast on you. But you might want to, if you're going to use paintbrushes, you might want to look into, you know, Liquitex, Soft Body, what is the other brand? Golden. You know, when it comes to paints, I mean, you get what you pay for, really. If you're buying the cheap brands at Michael's, it's just crap. Citadels go on nice. Createx paints are, Createx are okay, but they're very rubbery. Like, you have to heat set them. Wicked colors are okay. Formula P3 paints are pretty decent. They have washes. So if you put like a base color on your character, you can wash it. You know, if you watch that one Sideshow video where she's painting up the Superman head, you can see how they... what you could do, honestly, is you could go buy a cheap airbrush and a cheap airbrush kit, and you can paint a basic flat color skin onto your items, and then you could do washes on top of that. Something to think about. Because you could buy those cheap airbrush kits off eBay for like, what, like $100? It comes with a cheap brush and those cheap compressors. We're supposedly having a crazy windstorm today, so if you hear that wind, it's just my window. I've messed around with some of the AK interactive stuff, but not really in depth. Only just their like metal paints. Some people actually use oils to do washes as well, so you can use watered down oil paints. Some people use watercolor on their statues too. I wouldn't worry about using an airbrush. It's easy. It's not hard at all. Yeah, I think with an airbrush, I think the two learning curves is muscle memory, if you're using the dual action, and just learning how to keep them clean. That's all. Gut? Yeah, no problem, man. I'm glad the cloak worked out. The blue line's just paint. It just, I sat there with a paintbrush and I just did basic line work around the area so it helps me match. So you can see that just helped me understand where that line is to do the Silly Putty. Same thing over here. It basically, it's creating a margin of error for me. So with the Silly Putty, sometimes you don't always get the perfect line. So if you at least have a little paint there and you pull off the Silly Putty, it kind of helps you. It's tedious, it's boring, but it just makes it a little bit cleaner. Because the Silly Putty I'm working right now is very close to her skin tone, so you can actually not line it up correctly. If for some odd reason my stream goes down, that's because the wind knocked out the power, because I think the lights just flickered. Yeah, I would say hand brushing's harder because it's, you know, all those streaks of the brush. Raccoon, if you get a chance, go to one of the, if they have those model shows again in Kentucky, Florida, New Jersey, or California, if you're in the areas. Usually they have the classes you can take, and depending on which package you get, you can walk away with the airbrush and compressor. You get introduced to it, you get to work with it. If not, if you go to the shows that Jesse from Garage Kits is at, which is usually Wonderfest, at his table you can sit there and try the airbrushes. get used to it. I mean, it's worth a shot to get to one of those shows. Well, if you're using spray paint, airbrush is the same thing on a smaller scale. That's it. It's really all it is. You just get to put in your own color and have more control. I mean, I guess maybe one time down the line what we could do is if any of the Patreons want to have like an hour session of me going over airbrushes, we can do that on the stream. What I could do is you know, I can pull apart my airbrush in real time, clean it, kind of show you guys the mechanisms and stuff, you know. It's kind of like what I'm thinking with the Patreon, you know, people can say, hey, you know, maybe an hour during the stream, can you show us this, can you do this or something. I don't know, I'm just trying to throw out ideas there. Thanks, the dub. Appreciate it. Raccoon, it's really, trust me, it's once you get into airbrushing on kits and you get used to it, you're gonna be like, why was I using a paintbrush? It's just another tool for model building, that's all it is. Vitor, I never heard of a blue tag. I don't know what that is. Oh, blue tack. No, I wouldn't, what's up, Raz? I would never use that blue tack on the statue because I've used that stuff on walls and stuff, and that really rips, like, the paint off the wall. So, I really wouldn't, you mean, by the time, if you buy a 5-pound brick of $100 worth of Silly Putty versus a little thing of blue tack and be buying it, you might as well just buy the Silly Putty. I mean, I've tried every masking there is out there. I tried the tape, I tried masking tape, I tried painter's tape, I've tried hobby tape, I've tried the liquid masking, I've tried Play-Doh, I've tried oil clays, I've tried everything, and this is my favorite. I mean, if you know anybody else in the hobby, you guys could go half and half on a 5-pound brick of Silly Putty, you know? if you're on a Facebook group or you know anybody that's into it, you can always ask people. I mean, I've had people in the past contact me and say they want Silly Putty, but they don't need 5 pounds. They're like, you want to go half? I'm like, yeah, I can always use more, you know. Now when I mask with the Silly Putty and using these metal tools, I'm not grinding into them. Like if you see, you know, when I'm pushing the Silly Putty over here, I'm not like jamming the metal tool into it. I'm just kind of like holding it lightly and just kind of going like that. You don't need to jam your tool. And some people just use toothpicks, but you go on eBay or you can contact your dentist and you can ask them to look through their books. And then sometimes if you got to get a little Silly Putty in an area, I'll just take my tool, I'll sort of kind of jam it on the piece there, and just kind of like shove it in that area. If you're masking and say all of a sudden a piece falls here, just don't try and rip it up, just push it back on there and keep going, because what happens is you'll rip it up and you'll pull all your masking you just did. So just, you know, if you get a piece that drops there, you just kind of shove it there and grab more Silly Putty. Yeah, Victor, that's the problem with a lot of the guys out of the US with Silly Putty. But like I say, if you're into the hobby, you build a lot, and this is like your thing you do, you're gonna have to take the plunge and find someone to order it for you and then ship it out to you. You know, a 5-pound brick will last you a long, long time. That's if you build and you paint a lot. If you're not sure if you want to, like I said in the past, I think you can actually make your own Silly Putty, because I think when they discovered Silly Putty, they were trying to make rubber bands, and that's how they came up with Silly Putty. So I think there's a recipe to make it yourself, but I don't know how well it would work. Like I said, a 5-pound brick lasts me like 4 or 5 years. And the amount of work I do with a 5-pound brick, if you don't do as much as I do, then it'll last you a lot longer. But if you use enamels and lacquers with Silly Putty, it'll work, but I think you need to let it dry a little bit more, and they crack and break on the Silly Putty because it creates a candy shell. And also the reason why I'm using this foam here is if you put a piece of cloth down, Silly Putty sticks to the cloth, and if you put it on like a piece of wood or something, it will grab like dust and pieces of resin and whatever. Well, what you could do too is, I mean, in your country, you can go through the hassle of ordering a 5-pound brick, and then if you got any local hobbyists around your area, you can sell them some couple extra pounds and keep what you need. If you go to the Crayola website, I'll find you the link. Yeah, I don't order it from Amazon. I order it from Crayola store directly. It's $100 plus shipping, and it just comes in a box. That's it. Yeah, just the other day I was on eBay. And I got a bunch of more dentist tools for sculpting. They basically look like this. I found a cheaper supply for them, different sizes. Hey, what's up, Terrell? Once in a while, though, the Crayola store doesn't have the Silly Putty. It's not like, I guess, they get a lot of orders, but if it's not on the site, like when you order it says out of stock, you can just contact them, and they'll put it back up in stock. It's happened to me like 2 times in the past. When I first started doing the statues, I was using tape, I was using Play-Doh, I didn't know what the hell I was doing until I went to the Jersey Fest show or Dave's house, and everyone's like, yeah, just use Silly Putty. It just changed everything for me. Of course, I was going to Toys R Us at the time buying up eggs until I found the 5-pound brick. But we're talking like around 2006, 2004 ever. You know, I just had a thought. You guys in other countries, you should see if there's any teachers or schools that can order for you, because I know a lot of like kindergartens and stuff buy the 5-pound bricks for kids. Yeah, I've tried Play-Doh. You know, Play-Doh and those little yellow bottles that come in different colors. I destroyed my item because it's got such an oil in there. When you put the Play-Doh on your item and you pull it off, all that oil sticks to your item, and then paint doesn't stick to your statue. So yeah, Play-Doh, stay away from. Also, do not get Silly Putty that is like that neon green or glows in the dark Silly Putty stuff. They have like extra tackiness into them where it rips up your paint. You just want this original Silly Putty, nothing else. I made the mistake and I bought like this flashy neon green Silly Putty once, and it ripped up all my paint because it was really, really tacky. Alright, this is going fairly fast talking to everybody, so wasn't even paying much attention. That's good. Yeah, my schedule is a wreck. The lockdown screwed everything up. So I'm hoping by the end of the summer I'm back to taking on batches for people. Last year just was a bad year. Silly Putty will sort of melt with some solvents. Like if you use Tester's Dull Coat out of the rattle can, it melts the Silly Putty a bit, but it doesn't melt it where it, like, unless you spray it on and you're drenching your item, it'll make the Silly Putty tacky, but it won't destroy it. Like once that Tester's Dull Coat sort of dries up, your Silly Putty goes back to normal. Like this Silly Putty here, I've used Tester's Dull Coat on a lot and it's still fine. If Tester's Dull Coat won't destroy it, then regular enamels or lacquer paints won't. I've used a primer on this stuff too, and it's fine. You just can't mess with it right away. Always let your stuff dry, basically. And only the other thing too is if you use super watery paints, be very careful around the edges of Silly Putty. I guess with any masking period, because watery paints could seep underneath of it. So like all around these edges and stuff, if you use a very watery paint, it might bleed underneath the Silly Putty. It's a possibility. So just kind of keep that in mind. But I've seen that happen with tape as well. Now for faces, I have a habit of sometimes squeezing the nose to open, so I'll throw a little extra there. And then Saran wrap. Saran wrap is great for masking over stuff just to hold it. So just in case the Silly Putty starts to sag down, that'll hold it up there. Now I just kind of go over the item one more time. Make sure I'm not missing anything. As of right now, everything's canceled. I think they might have Wonderfest. I heard that they were going to have Wonderfest, but I'm not sure if it's still going on. I'm pretty sure. I know Jersey Fest isn't happening. I mean, I don't see why not. If you could go into a Walmart with masks, why not have a show? Doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever. I guess the hotels are too worried, scared. Alright, so because I squeezed some of this, I ruined it. Yeah, that's true, I guess, but as of right now, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. We'll see what happens, but I think this year everything is just going to be pretty much closed. I don't think people want to take the chance or risk. Hopefully next year it'll get back to normal, but who knows. They should do a convention with a speed run. Basically let only 10 people at a time and they gotta run through the place real quick, spend some money and get out. Alright, we're looking pretty decent. I'm bound to have to do some touch-ups here and there. So we'll put her on the side, we'll grab Black Widow. What's up, fangirl? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I think it has to do with a lot of the hotels and stuff are concerned. I think they rather get people in to stay for the night than worry about a convention. There is, I guess we'll use this. There's a spot there I found the other day. Yeah, this Black Widow worked out pretty well. She's we just gotta do the hair, the boots, and then the spider on the back and the bracelets. So we're gonna mask off the hair, and we can do that in the boots first. You can look up other brands. I know there's other brands that make those sponge sandpapers. I get them off of Amazon. You know what's funny is a lot of this stuff is made overseas, but you guys can't get it there, only in America. It doesn't make sense. Like literally it's like a country or a little bit away from you, but you can't get it. Yeah, like I said, some of the other guys that I've known in the hobby from other countries, they would always just ask some of the other guys in the hobby to order them stuff, and they would do a big bulk run of a whole bunch of stuff they need, and that's how they would get it. Yeah, I know you're paying more money, but if you love the hobby and you want the tools, you gotta do it. You should look at auto parts stores then. Auto parts stores have the really finer ones. Sometimes they have them in their stores, so check auto parts stores as well. Maybe maybe they have them but under a different brand. You know, don't be afraid to go into an auto parts store, a hobby store, a tool store, and ask the people if they can order it for you too. You know, maybe they're not ordering it because they feel nobody wants it. Doesn't hurt to ask. You know, it might be in their thing, like, you know, their stuff they can order. Worst thing they could say is just no. I find most of the time if somebody wants to make a sale and they can order it, they'll order it. I mean, the auto parts stores here, I'll go in there and say, hey, I need, you know, I need like 12 cans of primer. Can you give me a better price? and they'll get the manager, and the manager is like, okay, well, we'll knock off like, you know, 5% more for you or something, you know? So it doesn't hurt to ask. If you're just buying one, they'll be like, yeah, but if you say, hey, I need like 10 cans, they're like, okay, you know, I'll give you a manager's discount or something. Yeah, the lockdowns lost a lot of businesses, so that's why things were tough for me. It was hard to get paints and supplies, and A's dried up. It was a mess. So it's going to be a while before things are back. That's right, when I find something I want now, I buy like 2 or 3 or extras of them because I'm afraid that I won't be able to find them again. I don't really use enamels at all. I find that enamels dry up so fast in a brush, it's a pain. I'm pretty much just an acrylic guy. Enamel, you know, spray can stuff sometimes, primers, Spaztec stuff is fine. Like I said, it has a lot to do with the fumes for me. Plus, I hate trying to clean an airbrush with enamels and lacquers. But, like I said, there's a lot of guys out there who will use only enamels and lacquers. They hate acrylics. So, whatever works for you to get the final project you want, that's what you do. There's no right or wrong answer, actually. Just have fun. Have a good finished product, and then you're good to go. But like all paints, if you sit there and you play with them, they'll scratch, they'll, you know, they'll peel, they'll do whatever. So just don't manhandle your item, and you're good. No matter what paint you use. So there you go. I use Saran wrap to wrap all that up. But like you don't sit there and wrap it around like you're gonna choke the thing. Just enough to cover it up, and you're good. Boy, I'm liking that switch now. I consider I turn onto this camera and go, and I don't have to trip over the wires like an idiot like last time. Alright, so we're going to work on Black Widow first. We're going to use the gray paint if I can find it. What do I do with it? Here it is. Do our hair first. Let's see. Orange paint, some brown, and we need red. Alright. Ah, that's why. Yeah, see, it's I don't know what other countries can get, so it's kind of hard for me to, you know, it has a lot to do with climate. I live close to the water too here, so things I do have different reactions to other people, so there's only so much you can do. So we're going to use some raw sienna, and then we're going to put some red in here. So I mix different brands, I'll put Citadel, I'll use Garage Kits, I'll use Goldens, I don't care, as long as they're all acrylics. No problem, Alexander, thanks for stopping by. Glad to just talk and get to know other people's stuff. Alright. Sounds good, Alexandra. Hit me up. Alright, we got some orange here. Alright, so So now that I don't have to make my life so difficult, we can just do this. And you can kind of see how I usually go back and forth between the booth and the desk. So let's grab some yellow. Orange. And a little bit brown. If this was larger hair, I wouldn't probably have to go crazy with a brush, but since it's smaller, yeah, Golden, it's I finally got that switch in, so now I can actually keep going. So the next thing is get a better camera for painting, because the camcorder I have there is pretty bad. But I'll make a video on that pretty soon. That's kind of with the whole Patreon, which I started up. For now, it's just to kind of help support me and buy better equipment. Getting there. The switch I got can actually swipe up to 4 cameras, but I don't think I'm doing 4 cameras. I watched enough YouTubers, because that's all I pretty much watch is YouTube, and a lot of people just say build up over time, so that's kind of the goal. Alright, so it's kind of very orangey and yellowish, so we're gonna grab some True Red from Garage Kits. And to make it pop a little bit more, I'm gonna do some pearl onto it. Hit the back of it. I think that works for her. It's got kind of a nice orangey sheen to it. What I like to do is sort of dull it down a bit because it might be too shiny. That should work. Oh, so they did, I'll have to write that down if I get a chance and check it out. Did it work out in the video? Did mixing that green stuff with them kind of like work? I'll have to look into it. I never, I'll see if maybe one day I'll get some of that green stuff and see. Maybe it'll open up some options for what I do. All I did was take her gray outfit and I put a drop of black into it, just to give it a little darker. But I'm gonna go back to the gray a little bit, kind of mist it down some. I don't want a pure just enough to give it a difference. And then what we'll do is give it a satin finish. I think satin would look good. Oh, that sucks, Raz. I forgot who sent the picture to me. Someone sent the picture to me, and the supports on the thing were so crazy. I don't even know how you would be able to sand all of it down with all those supports on some of these items. But I'll definitely check out that green stuff video. See how it works. This Vallejo matte and satin doesn't like to go through the small airbrush at all. Yeah, I gotta learn more about the whole supports and some of this stuff. I just kind of see what people send me. It's gotta suck getting a whole printer and having issues. Alright, just gotta do the bracelets, the eyes, and the spider, and then the base. So let's do Psylock. Yeah, hopefully PayPal doesn't screw you on that, man. That kind of sucks. Alright, we're going to use Citadel paint mixed with golden. This is the old stuff. They don't have this stuff anymore. So potent blue, as you can see. I mean, it stains the hell out of you. To make my life easier, I'm going to hit the areas that's hard to get to. What do you guys think of that blue? Pretty decent. It's a little bit dark. I'll hit it with some highlights. This phthalo blue from Golden, I don't know if they make it anymore. It's got like a really purplish blue to it, but it actually helps thin down the Citadel paint. I hope I don't have to go in with a paintbrush to get some of these areas, but it happens. Hey Jacob, how's it going? I left 2 spots there, damn it. That happens from time to time. Actually, this Citadel Calidor Sky has sort of a pearl to it. It actually does give it a little bit of a pop. Well, maybe we'll do a little bit more to her, we'll see. Forgot I did some putty work here yesterday, I forgot to sand it down. I mean, we could give it a little bit of a spandex look. Hold on, I gotta go in the garage and grab the one sandpaper. Home Depot used to carry this sandpaper. It's kind of like this stretchy, plasticky stuff. Then they stopped carrying it, so I had to actually go online and find it. I don't know if they're going to discontinue it, but it makes life easier if you ever have to go between something. and you could kind of get an area like this. Really cool stuff. Yeah, it comes in rolls. It's this stuff here. It's hard to find. I think they're going to discontinue it, so I went and bought a bunch of it online while I could. Jacob, I'm actually waiting for, whatchamacallit, for that site to have a sale. If they have a sale, hopefully it'll, I don't know, usually takes maybe like 3 weeks or so, maybe 2 weeks. Yeah, he did an amazing job on that print, so. Yeah, it was great working with the guy. I gave him some directions on how I wanted it set up, and he nailed it. I'm so happy with the way that Power Girl came out. I'll get a video up on it soon about him and his artwork. I'm gonna have I'll have a video about it, but I'm gonna start a series, like artist spotlight series on my channel, for people that allow me to use thumbnails, or if I get a commission from. Just something a little extra for the channel. Alright, I'm gonna have to touch that up. Hey, Digital Man, thanks. Appreciate it. This happens sometimes when I do my customs. When I go to paint something, I'll see something I screwed up on or missed. So I just got to go back in and touch it up. As long as you don't spray too heavy, or you have a rubbery paint, you can get away with sanding it down. But if you use like Createx, they don't allow you to do this. They'll like rub off like rubber. Kind of a pain in the ass. little bit thicker citadel kind of helps cover that up. So what do you guys think? Make it a little silky, a little interference, or kind of leave it the way it is? Oh, you had a chance to mess with it, Ken? That sounds good. Like I said, I always wanted to get one of those. Maybe once we get all the studio set up, better camera, get rolling with some projects, maybe I can upgrade to one of those as well. And maybe if they have some good holiday sales this year. Yeah, Ken, I think all eye widths are a great investment. But I definitely will look into that one down the line. So what do you guys think? Maybe a little bit of a watered down interference and pearl into it to give it a little bit of a silky look to her, and then maybe dull it down so it's not like shiny, but it's not, maybe look like spandex. I guess that's what we're going for. The only problem is I have to hand brush the two parts on her arm under there. I can't get that masking, so. Yeah, I try not to make everything too metallic-y like artwork. I used to do that a lot, but kind of try to go more of that spandex look now. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll put a drop of this blue in water, and then we'll grab some of this interference blue. Alright, let's kind of hit the chest and see how it looks. Alright, so yeah, so we get a little bit of that silkiness to her without going too crazy, and then if we dull it down, it'll look like spandex. Thanks, Ken. Appreciate it. Always trying new things, trying to step up the game, try different characters. Just having fun with it. Alright, so what we'll do now is clean out the brush a little more. Take some of our Vallejo matte varnish. In person it's still a little silky, but it's not like crazy. Feels like superhero look to it. And then what we can do just always cleaning my airbrush between colors because I don't want to go too crazy and ruin them. Get some Payne's Gray wherever the bottle is. Alright, I've got some Payne's Gray. Payne's Gray is basically like a transparency blue-black. So we'll just kind of just enough to give it a shade, nothing too crazy. Being so small, I don't want to go too crazy with trying to shade everything. Just under the fingers. Let's make the hand pop a little bit and a little bit under there. If you want, we can sort of hit around the knee. Alright, now just to make life easier, I'm going to use some black. Try to get underneath the shoe a bit. Might have to get in there with the paintbrush, but Koneman, no, I didn't. I haven't had a chance to really do anything, period. I have been just non-stop working, trying to catch up on stuff. Literally I've been waking up, going into the studio, and then before I know it, it's like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night. One day I'll get to it. I don't know when. Before I pull this off, I just want to make sure I hit everything. Okay, it looks like I did. Did I? I think there's a spot underneath the leg. Alright, I think we got everything. One thing about this blue Citadel paint, it loves to stay in your airbrush. It takes a while to clean it out. This Saturday I have to run up to see my parents, and I was thinking of hitting the hobby store, which is the Jerry's, but there is another store that has a lot of the miniature stuff. If I find time, maybe I'll swing by there and see if they have that stuff. I don't know if I will though. we'll see how the weekend goes. Hopefully we have no issues with paint, but sometimes we do, and we got to go back and fix. So that's kind of the color. Kind of like the way the blue came out. Not bad. If the paint is very, very wet and tacky, I suggest you let it dry before you unmask it, but this Citadel stuff dries fairly fast. And whenever I pull Silly Putty out, if it falls onto that, I just kind of slap it there and keep going. So I might have to go in and work out some more trim later off camera, just because gotta get in close. Because like I said, if your paint is wet and the Silly Putty streaks like that, it gets stuck in your paint, and you don't want that. And then if there's a spot you can't get your Silly Putty, use Silly Putty to pull out the Silly Putty. So that Silly Putty in there, instead of trying to dig it out, you can kind of just throw some in there and hopefully it pulls it sometimes. If you spray super thick and heavy paints, you gotta kind of break up your trim. So if you spray heavy, you might have to go in with the tool and sort of break it, you know, and then you can pull out your Silly Putty. So it all depends on what paint you're using. But we're gonna have to go in and trim, clean up some stuff here and there. Another thing too is be careful of staining. If the Silly Putty is like kind of, you got to be careful that it might stain. So you just kind of pull that over there, kind of pull this down here. So you know we have a little bit of a mess up here, but I'll go back in with some skin tones and clean it. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to work some trim around here. That's just happens. But I'll wait till it dries. I'll give it like a day or so before I start trying to manhandle it. Alright. So we got like a little bit of cleaning up to do around the legs, which I figured was going to happen. A little cleanup over here, a little spot over here. Now, if you're fast enough, so we go to our tools, lick it. That's why it's good these things are cheap. You could kind of just burn through them and you could buy more. So like I said, blue stains pretty much. And that's why I sort of give the skin tone all those layers. Gotta order more of these. So it starts to help clean it up. So that's why I say these things are really great. It's really good to do that layering of your skin tone. And you can kind of go in there and sort it. Now blue just stains a lot. This blue is just a nightmare. I'm gonna have to place an order for these tonight. But by adding that layer of skin tone, you're kind of like erasing, I guess you could say. So you can kind of just go up on some other areas. Now the paint's wet, fairly wet, so you could kind of do that. See what I'm doing? So I'm just kind of like cleaning up a bit. I'm licking the hell out of these things. It's kind of better with saliva than it is with water. Water will kind of bleed it. Now, if there's anything a little bit messy, like over here, this is kind of messy, I might have to go back in with skin tone and fix it. But at least that kind of cleaned up back there a little bit with the booty. Hey Raphael, how you doing? Don't mind me, I'm just kind of looking up with the statue at the moment. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to do some touch-ups. Touch-ups are always common, so it'll get cleaned up here and there. But I think this spot over here, I'm definitely gonna have to hit it with the airbrush again. So I'll probably sort of mask it off a little bit once it dries up, and then kind of hit it with some skin tone. But other than that, a lot of this stuff up there looks pretty well. A little spot here comes off. Neck looks okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to paintbrush this stuff in there, clean up some edging, and we should be pretty good. And with magnifying glass, you're always gonna find crazy amount of errors, but she's looking pretty good. All right, so that Psylock is looking good. So I don't think I'm going to push her anymore today because I'll screw up some of this. I know I will. And then Black Widow's looking pretty decent. So I think what I'll do is Black Widow. I'll probably do the bracelet. Maybe we could do the bracelets now. I'll paint this black off camera. That spider's just black. It's really nothing too crazy. But hopefully by next stream we can have her cleaned up and I could do the hair and then the base. And then this base maybe too. I don't know. We'll see. That's why I gotta have a few projects for the streams, because if I try and rush this stuff, it's just gonna go to hell and I'll ruin them. Yeah, Raz, they're just gonna be thrown up on eBay, so hopefully next week pretty much finish them off, and then I'll have a video up about the Batgirl and the other video series on YouTube, and then after that we can start working on those. So I think we're good for painting. What time is it? Let's I think we could work on the Miss Marvel statue now. I think I'm done with painting. I've been painting all day. Trust me, Jacob, sometimes I I forget what I'm working on, and before I know it, it's time to hit the hay, so I'm trying. So, we're gonna work on her for a bit, and then, so I kind of clean up the hair. Her arms are actually copies because the arms that came with her were so shattered that they weren't resalvageable. So I had a friend who had this, and I made quick throwaway molds just to kind of make the arms. But yeah, they were smashed up pretty bad, and I was just like, it's no sense of doing all that work. So the idea is we're gonna have her holding fist of like power blasts. So I set up the magnets, and I figure start working on some of this. Yeah, there's just one magnet. You don't need two magnets with really. There's like 3 little magnets in there with a steel rod, and it stays in no problem. It's not going anywhere. They're N52 magnets, so they're really strong. So they stay in pretty well. So I think what I'll try to do is work on her arms a little bit, because she has these little points. So I kind of gonna create the point on those. And then her thought I was gonna work on some of the Nate Grays tonight, but I'm just like I said, I've been painting all day. I did what you gonna call it? I did paint up the heads, so I got the heads pretty much finished up. I gotta just do the front hair, touch them up a bit in some spots, and then do the eyes. And I have been working on the blue outfit, so I've been working on the blue outfit. This is actually all brown paint. It's not black, so it kind of looks dark, but it's actually brown mixed with the blue. So getting on those pretty fairly soon. See her outfit. Oh, he has it different. Oh, he has the points in the front. Okay. I thought Campbell did it like the other artists. Doesn't. So he has it to about here. About where he has it. So let's pop that off, and sit now. Gotta delete some of these pictures. Just like longer than this one. A little bit. So you guys see the Sideshow Power Girl and the Scarlet Witch? I'm excited about the Power Girl. I'll be getting a few of those. The outfit is really... yeah, so her outfit goes like that. I thought her... bolt was different. Did he draw it opposite? Yeah, I want to see Prime 1's Power Girl in the worst way. Holy crap, he did this wrong. Oh no, I got the image flipped. Ah, that's why. Okay, forget it. Yep, never mind. I'm losing it. I'm not really concerned about her breast size, you know, for Sideshow, because I'm gonna redo it anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. My goal is I want to get 4 Power Girls. I don't know what the exclusive is yet, but I want to get 4. So I want to redo it the way the chest should be for just the regular outfit. I want to make a bombshell version, and I want to make a classic version. And then I want to hold on to the 4th one just in case I want to do something else. I'm not going to do a Amanda Connor version again. I just want to do the 3 versions I like. And I'm not getting rid of the first Power Girls though, because I still love that one though. I know a lot of people don't, or they're not. I like it. I think it's great. So. I like the Scarlet Witch. I was going to get her just to keep, but when I found out she's like 29 inches tall, I have no displays that can handle that. So I want to see what happens with Storm and Asuka from Sideshow. What I might do is get a Scarlet Witch and maybe cut her down. Take off the stuff on her hands with the Ultron, and maybe maybe just cut her down so she's a little bit smaller. So that's kind of my idea. And if Prime 1 does make a Power Girl, that'd probably be the only 1/3 scale I can have in this house, because I don't have a huge house, so I have to redo my setup anyway for it. But even if they do one, it'll come out in probably 3 or 4 years, so. I did get the Black Electra in the mail yesterday. I popped it out. It is awesome. I will be doing a video on how to take that extra head I showed last stream, and I'm going to redo it with the mask. Just that, sadly, one of the arms don't have a magnet in it, so I have to put a magnet in this item. Yeah, my goal with the Scarlet Witch is if I do get one, since there's no exclusive, I don't have to run out and get it right away. I was thinking of taking out all the Ultron stuff, take out the stuff on her hands, maybe cut her down in the base if I can, and actually take out all the pink on her chest and paint that skin tone. I'm not a fan that they gave her all the pink on the upper body. The legs is fine, but not the upper body. Yeah, everybody's waiting for Storm. She's taking forever to come out, so hopefully it's a Grail. I still want to see Asuka too. A lot of those sideshow Star Wars female statues, you can't find them anymore, and if you do, they're expensive. So I don't think I want to miss out on that one. I don't know, Jacob. I mean, you know what it is? I think people tend to forget that a lot of stuff that Sideshow and, you know, Prime One and some of these companies do, they have to answer to Marvel or DC. I think we're spoiled by all the guys on Facebook that get to do whatever they want. And, you know, I think that's, you gotta remember, they probably showed Marvel or DC 30 versions of Power Girl or Scarlet Witch, and Marvel was probably, DC was probably like, no, 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 we like this one, we like that one. I mean, that's my guess. Only because in the past, you know, from other companies, they always said that they have to get the approval for everything. Yeah, Terrell, that's why I feel like when I see an item up for grab, up for sale, or I want to buy an item, I don't look at it and be like, ah, that's it, we're done. I look at it like, okay, I'm going to change this, I'll change that, and I'll get what I want. Raphael Bowen, basically, from what I understand, he got a divorce, and that was the end of it. From what I understood, he wasn't allowed to come back to making statues again until the year 2020. But then I think he had some health issues. I'm not really sure, honestly. I just know he got a divorce, and that was kind of the end of it. Well, Terrell actually, whatchamacallit, Mark Newman's original sculpt was amazing, but they had him change the bust size, so honestly, the first version was good. So I'm pretty sure this version, they were like, no, 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 tone it down. Hey Stager, how you doing? Just here working on some stuff. That's going to get sanded down and tweaked, but at least we have sort of a starting point. So if we're lucky and we pop this out, so let me go get some baby powder on this. I use baby powder. I don't use any Vaseline. So you can see I put some baby powder on this right now. If I can get this back in there without bending this, it'll get there. Can't see what I'm doing. That'll get shaped up. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. You know, you got those suits at Marvel and Disney that they dictate what they want done, so that's why a lot of these guys on Facebook are doing all these crazy other things that people love. Customizer, 64, what do you mean? What I'm using this? This is just a paintbrush? I mean, what are you asking specifically? Yeah, I don't know why, Jacob. I mean, like, I love the Psylock head of the new Psylock statue they did, but then all of a sudden, they listened to people and they changed it. Not sure why. Instead of just making a second head to make everyone happy, they completely changed it. I don't understand. For making a magnet arm, it all depends on the specific arm, actually. It all depends on, like, it's kind of hard to say. If there's no seam for doing any kind of a magnet item, like whether it's if it's just flesh to flesh, that's a problem for everybody. You're gonna need to have like something there, an armband or clothing, otherwise it's just gonna look weird. I'm just going in and out of the garage with baby powder, so just bear with me. I thought the Psylock looked amazing. I don't know why they changed it, but... And then I missed out on the gray version, because I didn't even know that was going up. I don't know. All I know is they made Power Girl. I'm getting it. I'm gonna convert it, and I'll wait for Prime 1 to make one, and I'll be happy. Yeah. Bug. Hopefully I'm saying that right. You're gonna, if this is flesh to flesh here, and you're gonna have a magnetized seam, it's not gonna look right. You have to have something there. I've never seen any statue ever have a flesh to flesh seam that was perfect. The only one that comes very close is if you have a very muscular character like Hulk, where you can cut the bicep and you can cut the muscles, and you can have like this muscle, you know, separated and then goes in. But if you're doing it with a female that's very just fine-tuned, it's not going to look right. So you got to kind of like say, okay, maybe this one's going to have a bracelet around the wrist or the armband or something, you know. Terrell, I'm not really a fan of the original. I like the new one better, but I just like that head they had. I wanted to get that one with the head, but when they changed it, I skipped it. Oh, those tools. Oh, these. Disposable micro applicators. If you go on eBay, they have them, or Amazon, they have them like all. Oops, they have all 4 sizes. Usually it's like $5-6 for the kit, so you can order a bunch. They're basically makeup stuff. A lot of women use them for makeup, but a lot of painters use them as well. Yeah, that's why they a lot of the statues you see, they're always cut down in parts where, you know, they can cut this in 3D digital, the arm, so she magnetizes in there from skin to flesh. That's just the way it works. That's the cleanest you can get. That's why whenever I try to do the customs, if I'm going to magnetize, I try to magnetize it where it makes sense, like I'm doing with the arm here. Reason I go in and out of the garage with the baby powder, because if I did it in the studio, my studio would look like a cloud dust. So it's easier just to go out there and do it. I just do it over the garbage can and makes life easier. All I'm doing right now is working out the points. Once the points are done, it'll be easier to do the rest of the arm around and clean it up. Stager, I mean, the gray doesn't matter you know, they're all the same. I just like the red because I can see it. But gray is the same thing, really. Terrell, what do you mean? Which item? Like, every statue I see, I just like, okay, I understand that, you know, these statues are made in a factory, they have to mass produce it, so that's why whenever I see an item, I'm like, well, I'm gonna make it my way, because they gotta cater to a couple thousand people, not just to one person, so that's why I'm like, alright, I'm gonna get that, and I'm gonna tweak it my way. Oh yeah, that's the Psylock, yeah. You know, at the time I loved that Psylock. That Psylock was great. I just wasn't a fan of fabric. See, I like fabric for a belt, a sash, a cape. I like fabric capes. I'm not a fan of sculpted capes. That's just me. But I don't like fabric on a statue, because you have all this sculpted work, but you throw fabric over it and you hide it all. That's just me. I'd rather see the sculpt, the paint, and all that. The reason why I'm not a fan of sculpted capes is because almost all sculpted capes are either too heavy that they tilt the character, or they break, or there's issues over time. I like the fabric because if the fabric goes bad, you can rip it off and do another one. You can bend it the way you want to. That's just me. I thought that the Power Girl, the OG Power Girl with the cloth cape was fine. I think the Superman and Batman OGs with those heavy-ass capes were a nightmare. I mean, those things weighed more than the statue and base put together. I mean, I'm not even sure yet, but when I get the new Power Girl, when that comes in, if I'm not a fan of the cape, or if it takes up too much room, I might just kind of customize it and put a leather cape on, like I did with the other one. Alright, I need to go roll this out in the garage. Yeah, I mean, the problem is you can have a really amazing leather cape for a statue, but the problem is when you're making 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 of a statue, it's very difficult for a factory plus price points to make a nice cape. That's the issue. If you're going to make a one-of-a-kind statue and you know a seamstress and you sit there and you really sit there and plan out a cape, you can make the most amazing cape ever that looks amazing. But the problem is as a company, you have to produce 1,000 of them. They can't be too technical to raise the price. That's the problem. I think a lot of people forget that, but that's just the nature of the hobby. Hold on, I gotta roll this stuff out. Steger, if you're still in chat, did you have a chance to use the Aves yet? Don't need the phone. Jacob, you're not the only one. I know a lot of people who have done that. And I don't blame you for it either. I mean, hell, a lot of people were buying that Rogue statue just for the AX head, so... I'm actually debating if the Power Girl that comes out, if she comes with two heads, and I like one of those heads, I might see if that head might fit on the OG Power Girl. So that's on the back of my mind too, so we'll see if that happens. Oh yeah, I saw one Rogue head, I think almost sell for 1,400 bucks, I think? That was just for the head. But if people are paying it, it's gonna sell. That is true, Terrell. There's a lot of guys out there. You can get a really amazing head sculpt for a couple $100. Then you can get it printed, and then 3D copy, resin copy, and then got a nice, cool looking one-of-a-kind head. And there is some amazing facial sculptors out there that could really give you something cool. More and more guys are popping up on my Instagram feed than ever before. Jacob, there is people who do. I don't always see what they sell for, but I've seen people sell stuff. I don't know. I do remember back in the day I did have somebody who asked me to do stuff for, and then after I did it, they would put it up on eBay right away. I don't know what the point of that was, but they did. But it doesn't matter. I do what I do, and then whatever, they can do whatever they want with the item afterwards. Yeah, I'm on ArtStation a lot too. Instagram and ArtStation. I'm always looking up guys and sculptors. It's kind of what I do most of my time, is just look up artwork. Jacob, I don't really know why, but the guy was doing it a few times. But it was back mostly like the Street Fighter stuff, I think. Back when Sosa was doing that stuff. I don't know. Don't understand it, but whatever. Get the other piece. Yeah, Jacob, there's a lot of stories I could tell you. There's a lot of weird things, but I think that's with any hobby. Well, I mean, there's been times where I did something for someone, but they fell on rough times just as I finished it. So they actually honored the item, but then they had to go and sell it. That I understand. You know, I mean, it's not a big deal. I mean, life hits you at some points, and you just can't. You know, you got to do what you got to do. But I think there's other people who just, I don't know. But it doesn't bother me. Like I said, once I'm done, and the person likes it and they're happy, it doesn't matter. You know, I understand collections change, interests change. Sometimes you need money. So it doesn't bother me where the item goes or what you do with it. I don't get offended over it. I could care less. You know, there's times I'll do a statue for myself, and then a year down the road, a couple months down the road, I'm like, well, I don't want it anymore, so I'll sell it myself. So it happens. Yeah, I hear you, Jacob. It's, you know, it's whatever happens, happens. Customizer, did you see what I said before in chat? It is called disposable micro applicators. These are what I use to clean off the Savage Sea Dragon lines. You get them on eBay, Amazon, and they come in these little tubes. And you could use this to clean up lines. You could use it to paint. You can, whatchamacallit, like if you need to get in a little corner, you could kind of bend the tip, and you could kind of get into a corner and hit it with a little paint. So hopefully you see that message. I usually buy them off eBay. They seem to be cheaper there, but maybe Amazon has them cheaper too. I don't know. blade does not want to stay in here. I'm just going to do simple sculpt on her boots and stuff, not going crazy with this one, since it seems like his artwork is fairly simple. Yeah, I can I can see that. I'm not a big fan of his artwork. I mean, there's some I like, but it's not really my thing too much. Hopefully you got it framed at a decent place and not like Michael's or something. I've seen them destroy stuff. I don't even know if this statue is that popular. I've seen it on eBay, but I haven't really paid much attention to it. I just figured it's a good item just to throw on the streams and see how it turns out. That's good. Like I said, I just know that, I mean, I've been in Michael's and I've heard people scream and yell at the people behind the counter for trash and art. Like, I saw one lady who had I guess it was a really nice painting. It was a watercolor on nice white paper, and they put a big brown mark on the corner. She was flipping out. Yeah, I would always go to a professional place to get anything framed. Unless it's just a cheap print you get off eBay or something, then you could go to Michael's. Just adding some simple wrinkles back there, just to kind of break it up. Yeah, I've seen Michael's stuff do that. I have a couple prints in my TV room. I have a Olivia de Barnes one. I bought that back in oh man, probably 2003. I paid like $400 to frame it. It's still friggin' perfect. But that's why I'm doing these HD metal prints now that from 3D artists. I just love these HD metals. They're great. Hey Ming, thanks for stopping by. Glad you like it. Hopefully everything's going well for you over there in Mexico. First day here we have some actually nice weather. Windy, but nice weather. Yeah, I would never take anything like that to Michael's. You're just asking for trouble. Because Michael's isn't like it's a typical person there. It's basically shifts of people doing that stuff. You know? I actually, I went to Michael's one time, which is kind of funny. There was a lady behind the counter. So I just asked her, I was like, yeah, I would like to have this framed, and these are the color frames. And she went to me and she said, no, 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 that's not going to look right. I go, well, this is how I have everything framed in my house. She kept on going, no, 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 I'm an artist. You know, this is how it should look. Because I'm like, I don't care what you want. It's what's going on in my wall. And I just kind of walked out of there and I was like, you know what, I'm just going to go to a mom and pop store. It's a business. You walk in, the customer says, I want this color and this frame, you just say, okay, and that's it. Just do it. That's it. Simple. And then she went on and she fought with the next customer. The lady wanted it in a white frame and she's like, no, no, no. And I'm just like, just give them what they want. Digital commissions are not that bad. I know a lot of people feel that oh, if you do a digital commission, everyone gets a copy. It's really not that way. Usually if you have a good digital commission guy, what they'll do is whatever their price is at the end, they'll give you a really high file, you know, a high-res file that you can use to print out, and that's your file. They still use, you know, versions to put on their portfolio. Some guys will give you the whole PDF file, all the layers, and they're like, it's yours to do what you want. It all depends on who you work with. But if you, but there's also artists out there who have their artwork on called Gumroad, where you can buy their file for like $10, and then you can print it out on your own. But everybody can buy those files. It all depends on who you work with. Yeah, Gloden, Michael seems to be that way. I went into the mom and pop store and I went up to the guy and said, look, here's my old picture frame. And this is all my artwork, has a silver border and a light blue mat and all this stuff. And the guy's like, well, that's not going to look right. I said, my whole house is like this because this is what I like to look at. And he just turned to me, he said, that's fine. He said, not a problem. He says, here's your price and we'll do it. I mean, I don't mind the feedback, but when you have somebody at Michael's telling you, I'm an artist, I was just like, okay. Actually, you know what? I'm going to fill this in. I don't like this line. I'm gonna fill that all in. I wanted to tell the lady, like, yeah, I'm an artist too, but I was just, no point in fighting. Just took my artwork and I left. Alright. Yeah, Jacob, you could contact him. He's a little pricey, but I mean, I told him what I wanted, and I gave him, I said, you know, are you willing to work with me if I do some tweaks in Photoshop? Because, you know, when he first sent me the sketch, it was completely nothing what I wanted. But he was open to it, so I did some tweaks in Photoshop, and I explained to him, you know, change this, change that, and he was okay with it. Some artists are like, no, I'm not doing all that stuff, but other artists will. But since I know how to work in Photoshop, it worked out pretty well. Like, the Power Girl, like, here, these. The Power Girl, the, Captain Marvel, Philabelle, and the Rose, that was from Chris Delara. So when I had her do those files, she sent me work in progresses, and I just said, can you change this? Can you add this? That color is a little off. And she was willing to kind of change it up. So you just got to talk to the artist in the beginning. Just say, hey, are you open to this? Are you open to this? How do you work? And most of the time they'll work with you. Alright, I think if I can, well, I'll have to do the shoes later. Maybe we'll just work on some of the hair. Just gonna add a little bit of a trim around the shoes down here, because it's kind of boring, but I might ruin all this. So I think what we'll do is tweak out the hair, try to finish that up, and I think we'll be in a good position. I actually got 4 commissions coming to me, but I started this like a year ago from Ed Bain Studio. So there's an artist on there, his name is Leandro. I absolutely love his work. So I got 4 commissions coming from him. When those are done, I'll do a video on those. But like I said, I pretty much did these like a year ago, so I'm just kind of down the list. Yeah, Butterfly, Michaels, if you want a cheap frame, Michaels is the way to go. If you don't want Michaels, yeah, stay away. Yeah, her hair sculpt came out. There's some errors here and there I want to fix up. Some stuff to kind of clean up, but I think it worked out pretty close. It's not 100% like his artwork in the picture, but we didn't sculpt it from scratch either, so. But hopefully some Campbell fans out there, maybe if they'll see it on eBay, maybe this will help pay for the camera that I want to get for the the airbrush booth. Just mixing in some Aves epoxy sculpt. Fix-It sculpt, I'm sorry. Fix-It sculpt to this. Oh, that sucks, Jacob. Yeah, I try to be upfront with the people in the beginning, just saying, hey, look, I'm very picky. I want it like this. I want you to make sure you add all these lines to the outfit. I want it to look like this. And just be upfront and let them know. If they start going off track, you just got to be honest. And if, some artists will listen, some artists will be like, I don't know. That's why when I work on commissions for people, I try to keep everybody in the loop. I don't like go off book. I take pictures of every like you see it in the videos, all those pictures in the videos, those are all go to the clients just to make sure we're out on the same page. I don't want to work on something and then like show it to them after I've done like 30 hours or all this work and they're like, that's not what I wanted. So you just got to keep in contact, that's the thing. Raccoon, I basically I soften it up. I mean, I'm dipping the safety solvent in here. I don't know, I just gotten so used to working with it. I mean, I guess, well, let me wash my hands real quick, hold on. Alright, so Raccoon. I guess the first couple things is, you watched older videos where you do boots, but those are sped up. Now you're talking about like wrinkles or Let me just make sure I know what you're asking for, Raccoon, and then I could probably better explain it. First of all, if you're working with Aves, is your Aves old? Is it new? Is it dried up in your container? That's just, we'll just kind of break it down first. So, if this green is all yellowed out and it looks funky, that's going bad on you. When this starts to get this nasty yellowish tint on there, it's going bad. That's going to cause issues. If your other section is sort of dried and it's not soft, that's going bad on you. Just to kind of just break it down, we'll start from the beginning. So you can see my Fix-It, that's fresh, it's nice and soft. There's no yellowing going around it. The other part of Fix-It is nice and fresh, it's soft. As you can see, as I'm pushing this area, it's going nice and smooth. You can see in there, you got a nice little shine to that. It's still fresh. So that's one thing to think about. If you have Aves and it's getting old and funky, that's going to cause issues for you. Second, whenever I mix up my Aves, as you see, I put my finger in the safety solvent and I pretty much soften it up. So I try to get my Aves to a nice sort of gum, almost like a little bit of a tacky gum. It's still breaking apart, but it's sort of gummy. I don't know. So now that I explained that, maybe chat's a little bit delayed. Let me know what you're thinking, Raccoon, and we'll kind of figure it out. Yeah, Jacob, I try to keep everybody in the loop. I take a lot of pictures. As I tell everybody, once custom work is done and we start painting, there's no going back. So I like to make sure all the custom work is done first and then we go to paint. Because I do not customize and then start painting and someone's like, oh, I want to go back, you know? So Raccoon, if you're alright, so now that Terrell asked that question, do you mean like a specific transition from this to this? So I will use sandpaper. I will use the foam sandpaper, but that's not going to get you a specific seam. I will use regular paper sandpaper, and I will go and get a nice good seam going. But if there is a little bit of a transition there that's still off, that's where I go and I use my putty. So I use my Tamiya putty, and I'll go through that line over there. I guess that's how I can explain it. Do I have an item here? No, I don't really have any items where... No. Okay. Well, Raccoon, if you can always send me a message through my site, and if there's a specific picture or something you're working on, I can try and help you. There's a lot of people who message me. I try and help when I can. If I don't answer right away, it's just because I haven't had a chance to sit down. I mean, I would say a lot of the stuff I do, I still have to sand it down and clean it up afterwards, so nothing is ever perfect from sculpting. So if you think that when I sculpt something it's done, I do have to clean it up. Yeah, Jacob, I've done that a bunch of times with items. I still use wires and armature for certain areas on a sculpt. I've seen that micro mesh stuff, I never picked it up. I usually just grab sandpapers from Home Depot. Like for example, when I worked on her hair, I did have to do some sanding to kind of clean it up. Otherwise it would be pretty rough. Like there's some roughness in here I gotta still clean up. Yeah, Jacob, there's whenever I work on something that I think is going to be fragile or break, I'll put a wire or a rod or something there. If I don't think it'll break, then I don't do it. But a majority of the time they might break, so. In the order you mentioned, sorry, buddy, for the treasure, I did try that with better things, but I can't. Yeah, yeah, Raccoon, so if you're not buffering anymore, so what I will do is when this cures up by tomorrow, what I will do is I probably use a little bit rougher sandpaper, that's paper, and what I will do is I will sand this down even, and then I'll prime it. And when I prime it, if I look at it in lights, I might see sort of like a little bit of line work, and I'll slap a bunch of Silly Putty on there, like literally just slap on a lot. And then what'll happen is I'll buff that down, and then I'll prime it again, and I'll look at it, and then I can see if I need more putty. It's all about keep going until you get it nice and smooth. So it doesn't always happen for me on the first shot. And the other thing too you have to understand is resin is always harder than eaves. So if you're sanding down and you're getting like a little bit of a warping, that's because the eaves is softer than the resin, and therefore the eaves is sanding faster. So it is a pain in the ass, but it takes some time to keep using putty work and keep sanding and get it to where you want it. If that makes any sense. Jacob, you could use a paper clip It's kind of the same thing as using a brass rod. It doesn't really matter. It just helps support it more. So a paper clip is fine. I think the only reason why I think brass is more common because it doesn't rust. Not that it will rust in your statue anyway. I don't think you really need to find hair strands. I mean, I have a lot of hair strands from previous stuff, but it's kind of just easier to add the piece of metal to the item I'm working on and then sculpt it. This hair is pretty much at the point where I think we're done with it. Alright. I knew I was going to do that sooner or later. Didn't mess it up too bad. That's why I hate trying to rush stuff. Yeah, I think that fills it out a little bit better. What do you guys think? Should I fill hair in here or leave that opened? I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at the artwork. It's got kind of a fuller hair underneath in here, like all around in here. So I could fill it in to fill up her shoulder or leave it as is. I'm thinking fill up the shoulder. Fill it up, 2P, yeah? Okay. I don't think I'm going to be able to fill it up now though because I did the legs already. And I need to hold it. Alright, we will fill it up. Alright, well, next time, hopefully, what I can do is I'll try and prime her up so I can actually start working on the symbol. And we'll fill up the hair in here. Give it a little bit more of a swirl coming underneath. I just didn't like, you think maybe fill up this area too, or should we leave this as is? Alright, so we'll definitely fill this in here. Give it a little bit more flow around. Maybe leave this as is or come down a little bit more. Alright, we'll leave that side as is. We'll fill in the other area. This part here is bothering me for some reason. Maybe I need to prime it. Alright, hold on. Let's see what we can pull off now. I got a little time left and I got a little bit more of the A's, so maybe we can... Alright, let's... Alright, Raphael makes a point. Let's kind of go down a little bit more. What if we left it flowing, but we added more here? We keep it open, but we add a little bit more flow there. Maybe that'll fill it up better. Kind of go around the shoulder, but keep it open. Sort of come around here like this. Like that. Alright, we can do that. Got a little of this age left. Let's see if we can do this and make it work without destroying what I did. So let's throw this here. Alright, so what I'm doing is I'm hitting this with a lot of safety solvent, getting it soft again. I might have to just do a blob of hair and not detail it and go back in, but we'll see how this works. So if we go with the hair here, like so. Have a good one, fangirl. Thanks for stopping by. I try not to grab her from the legs, otherwise I'll ruin all that. Stager, it is a site that I signed up on. It's a Patreon guy who actually has royal free music. So with YouTube, you have to have royal-free music playing. And a lot of the free stuff that's out there is kind of gotten old. So I found this guy on Patreon I signed up for. It's like $50 a year. So it's a little bit different, and I figured, what the hell. Gotta be very careful with YouTube and their copyrights and all their stuff, so you can't just put any old... You could put any music you want, but your videos get flagged or they get hit or all that stuff. But the guy that I signed up for seems to be putting out new music all the time, so... Well, there is a... I think it's a certain limit of music. After a certain amount of years, you're allowed to do whatever you... Certain music you can have, play whatever. But I figure... For live streams, we'll get something a little bit better. I like this guy's music. He's always updating new stuff, so like it's like almost every week or so, or every other week, or every 2 weeks, something, he kind of puts up some new music. I've been doing a lot of research since I've done this YouTube stuff, and there's a lot of companies out there that you can get some really great music, but the problem is the second you stop using their service or stop paying and you break away, they flag all your videos. So some of these you got to be very careful with. So they try to kind of catch you for life, and that's kind of like in their rules. And those are the bigger company ones. That's why I've been trying to find these like Patreon guys or something. Yeah, it's like ever since I started YouTube and I opened up the AdSense and I started reading and learning, there's a lot of sometimes my videos get flagged, believe it or not. Like I'll wake up one day and my video would get flagged for using music that somebody is claiming is theirs, but it's actually not theirs. So I have to actually contact the company that has the royal-free music and tell them, like, hey, this guy is claiming your music. And then they have to go after that guy, and then my video doesn't get claimed. But, yeah. When the lockdowns happened and the, you know, all the stuff for the COVID, there was, like, all these people getting flagged non-stop because people were, like, since YouTube isn't having, like, people behind manning the computers, they could get away with it. Yeah, it's like YouTube's weird. You got to be careful what you do. Actually, Stager, my videos get claimed for the stupidest things. Not claimed, but I get demonetized. believe it or not, when I talk about painting skin tones. Whenever I talk about skin tones or painting, my videos get demonetized, which means I get very limited ads or none at all. So saying specific colors of paint and also talking about skin tone gets you hit. I didn't believe it at first until I went in there to find out why my video would get demonetized, and then sure enough it's because I talked about skin tone. Stager, I don't know. It doesn't. It's the climate and it's the world we live in now. So raccoon, yeah, I'll add more. I'm just kind of filling in the last of my A's right now. So I think I'll build more coming down later. I can't, I'm going to show you guys what I'm doing, but I got the camera in the way and... No, Jacob, the way it works is when you make a video on YouTube, it automatically, like, for all the stuff you say, it automatically registers in a text. So this way, if people who are, you know, deaf, they can actually sit there and, you know, see what's going on in your video. But that also gives YouTube keywords. So specific keywords flag your video. So for a while there, whenever something happens on YouTube, something big, whatever it is, they'll add another ton of keywords and then my videos will get flagged. And then I have to sit there and put in a claim going, I didn't break any rules, blah blah blah. They have to do a manual review. And then from there, they say, okay, your video is ad friendly or not. But a majority of the time, it's the skin tone videos that are not ad friendly. But a makeup video is okay. Yeah, it's the AI, Jacob. It's a mess. It is an absolute mess. Like I said, when the lockdowns happened last year, scammers were abusing the system because no YouTubers were in the office. I mean, any Google people were in the office. So, like, literally, I think 30 of my videos got hit for copyright strikes on music. And I had to put in a claim that this person does not own the music, blah, blah, blah. And then it all cleared up after, like, a month or two. Because what it is a lot of these scammers out there claim that the music is theirs, but it's not. And they'll take the ad revenue as fast as they can and then they run with it. Trust me, I've tried to be a little bit careful with what I say in the videos, but it doesn't matter anymore. They hit you no matter what. But like I say, the ad rev, I mean, I'm not like a top channel that's making, you know, crazy amounts of money and I have 3 million subscribers and stuff like that. But it's just that anything helps keep the channel going. And it's just annoying. But since I'm so small, they could care less about me. You can make videos, you know, of or live streams and play pop music, and you know you can do that. But I think what they do is they claim your video. They won't go after you if you don't have an AdSense account. But what they might do is throw some ads on your video, and then they take the money. I don't understand all of it. All I know is everyone says just use copyrighted free music, and you don't have to deal with anything. I'm not in depth with YouTube as much as you might think. I kind of just know some of the basics. I'm still learning as I go. But trust me, there's plenty of times where I get hit with the weirdest things on these videos. There's a couple videos where they are actually demonetized, and I still don't know why. They just said your video is not advertiser friendly, and there's nothing in the video that's bad. Yeah, YouTube's strange. That's why I have some backup channels. There is, I'll link it in the description now. Hold on a second. Where is it? So that's sort of my backup now. So that's another like YouTube type of a platform that popped up. A friend told me about. So basically when I upload a video to YouTube, it automatically goes to that site. So it's kind of like a backup channel for now. If I was to stream on Picardo, which I do, Picardo have a account, there you can actually play any music you want. They don't care. You can do whatever you want. But that's just a streaming service. It's not like where you upload videos. So if I ever do an adult themed character, I would do it on Picardo. And there I could play any music I want. People play movies while they're working, they play TV shows. So Picardo's pretty cool. But like I say, down the line, if I do something like a risque type statue or anything that's adult oriented, I'll just go on Picardo and do that. You gotta, if you're on YouTube and you're doing this for a living, or you're just doing it where you put a lot of investment into it, you gotta have backup options because they'll kick you off for any reason whatsoever. In the beginning, when I first started streaming, I was doing Picardo a lot, but I had to do a lot of announcements because nobody really knew. But maybe down the line. Like, I've seen a couple anime kits I want to work on down the line for fun, but they're not really YouTube friendly. So maybe I can always do an announcement that I'll be working on one of those on Picardo. And I won't go on Twitch. I'm definitely staying away from Twitch. That is not a platform I would want to be on. Oh, thanks, Sager. Yeah, I like that Catwoman statue a lot. It's just that it was such a beautiful sculpt and they fabricated it all. Yeah, Twitch is very... It's twitchy, basically. Certain people get away with crazy stuff, other people don't. It's really not... It's... I hate to say it, but it's kind of a thought platform, really, than anything. I mean, all the gamers that I've ever really watched that play games are usually on YouTube anyway. They allow some weird people on Twitch that get away with murder, and other people get banned for weird things. I don't know. I kind of like where I'm at right now. I mean, I've seen people on Twitch where they were banned for doing something where they weren't allowed to, but it was just like an accident. And then I've seen other people get away with showing nudity on Twitch, and it's okay. I don't know. I thought Twitch in the beginning was supposed to be for gamers, but it's kind of gotten away from that. Yeah, Reese? Yeah, there's a couple really great Twitch streamers out there that play games, but I don't watch them when they're on Twitch. I watch them when they're on YouTube. Yeah, Jacob, you're not supposed to restream anything on Twitch. That, like, you're not supposed to, like, show Naruto cartoons or anything or any of that stuff, but somehow they do it, I guess? I don't know. I don't know all the rules, I just know that a lot of the people I've talked to and a lot of the stuff I've seen to just stay away from that platform. A lot of the guys I watch on YouTube is the Vanos crew, HO2 Delirious, Wildcat, Vanos, and them. My brother got me into them a while back. They kind of like do stories in their videos. So I enjoy some of their older stuff that they've done. That's the kind of stuff I like more. I like where they edit their videos and they do a story and they, you know, they have some fun, like, you know, stuff like that. That's what I kind of enjoy more. I'm not really into watching a guy play a video game all day long. It's not kind of like what I enjoy. I'll watch people who do like a playthrough of like a Resident Evil game or something, but that's about it. I used to love Street Fighter 4 streams, but when they moved to Street Fighter 5, it died out, so. Yeah, we'll fill more of this in later. Yeah, this is filling up a little bit more, a little bit better. So I think if I kind of fill here a little bit, just a little bit more down the line, come together. This spot here, yeah, I think I'm going to fill in a little bit more over here, just a little bit underneath there, just a little bit more. I think that'll work. Definitely looking a little bit better now with this. So we'll fill in a little bit more next time over in here. Give it a little bit more coming down. And then what we'll do is we'll fill in over here a little bit. I think we're getting there, where it should look fairly full. What I want to do is pop off the head now. Let me wash my hands and we're going to put some baby powder, make sure it's working right. That's how it looks weird underneath there, but at least it's, we'll fill all that in later. Alright, baby powder is amazing. There we go. Trying to get a better angle for you guys. It's getting there. See how the arms are looking on her. It's been a while. Fairly tough. The reason why I use baby powder is so it doesn't stick. If I didn't use baby powder on there and I put this head on, when I go to pull this off after I let it dry, it'll bond to the shoulder and it'll rip up the paint. Baby powder acts like a little bit of a protected layer so it doesn't stick. The reason why I use the baby powder is because I discovered it back when I was using Aves, and it just works. Plus, I got that new no fragrance stuff that you order online so it doesn't stink up the whole house. So what we'll do is next time we'll build over this direction here. So we'll kind of build over here more. So it looks like it's coming around the shoulder area a little bit more. Give it a little bit more of a fuller look. I think that'll work out pretty well. We'll clean up this area back here. Hopefully I'll have some of the arms a little bit cleaned up. And then these should be sanded down. Is Raccoon still here? If not, I can wait to the next week and I could kind of explain how I do this maybe. I don't know. But click over here. So hopefully we'll get those finished up too by next week. See how they turn out. They're looking pretty decent. As far as the reason there's balls on her hands, what happened was when I got this statue from the guy, the arms were shattered to the point I couldn't really repair them. So I knew somebody that had the statue, so they let me borrow the arms to kind of make quick throwaway molds and castings. But I didn't want to cast up the hands because I would break the fingers and the sword. So I just went to the wrist basically, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to sculpt power blasts in their hands. So I figured it would look a little bit better doing some power blasts than just hands holding up a sword like the Psylock. I went through all my body parts. I really didn't have anything like in scale. So yeah, so that's that'll be Miss Marvel when it's done. Nice one-off version of Campbell Miss Marvel. I'm going to tweak the feet. I'm gonna create the rims around the feet, and then for the base, I'm going to do like if you look at the Power Girl sideshow statue, the first one, how the base is broken up. So I was thinking of doing something like that for her. That's why I have this piece here, because she doesn't actually go all the way down. I set her up with the rod. And I also put a rod all the way up her leg, because I was worried that that little ankle would break on this statue. So I dremeled this rod all the way up to about there, and I got a really thin rod up her leg. So you can kind of see how that's set up. That rod goes all the way up to here, and then I put this over here as a setup for the base. So now I'm not too worried about her breaking. So I just had a funny feeling, because she was keyed in from the front of the foot. She wasn't keyed in anywhere else. I was like, this is just gonna snap. This heavy body up top with this little ankle holding her was not gonna last. Yeah, so she'll be broken down pretty well. So we'll have the power blast in her hands, and then as far as her sash over here, I'm just gonna go with a simple sash, sort of kind of around there. I know she has her hair flowing. I could do a removable sash with a peg. I mean, I could go that route. We'll see how it works. If I do, it would have to come underneath the hand, and I'd have to sculpt the hand first. That's the only issue with the sash. And I don't feel like dremeling all this out to do it a different way. I don't know, when we get to it, if people think that they want to see a sash coming out here, we can maybe do something. We just get the main figure done first. As far as working on her, Jacob, it's more like she's just a stream item. She's like a side item, so I'm not really focused too much on her, like getting her done. It's just a matter of Fridays is just becoming stream days. Just a matter of, you know, just grabbing an item or two, working on it only on the streams, and people can kind of chime in and go from there. During the week, commissions are more important. So I definitely do commissions is way more important to do. So Fridays is just a matter of whatever I have, and we just kind of do random stuff. So if I get She Dragons done by next stream, or mostly done, then after that we can start the Batgirl item for streams only, which should be fun. The way it works is I'm going to do an announcement. Like if I have one item on Fridays to work on, and say I just do a power blast here and here, then I have nothing else to work on. So I got to have a couple extra items on my streams to do. So, you know, something like her, the Black Cat, you know, maybe an anime kit, or maybe if I decide to put up another item to work on, we can just do it for streams. Or if I'm working on a commission and the person says, you know, you can use it for your live streams, then I'll do that too. Yeah, it's just all afterthought items. Yeah, Golden, we'll kind of plan that out down the line. For right now, we're just kind of just going with it. Just to make sure, the reason why we put the baby powder is just so it doesn't stick. There we go. Yeah, alright, so I think this is where I'm going to call the stream. Been a good day. Thanks for anybody that signed up on the Patreon today. I appreciate it. I got a video coming up Sunday, which is that Huntress kit. I'll put that up Sunday, and then hopefully the following weekend we'll have the other videos up. I'll have the announcement video, and then hopefully for the rest of the summer we'll have some cool stream projects going. Yeah, Jacob, people like to keep it a secret, but that's the way it is. But I'm going to call it a night. Thanks for stopping by, guys. Have a good one. And we'll see you next stream.